Okay, what's up, everyone? Happy Saturday, and welcome to my stream again. Yeah, so where do we even start? I don't even know where to start, but I think yesterday we made progress. Even though it was a long stream, I think based on the progress that we made yesterday and also the length of the stream, it's not correlating. But one step forward is better than one step back. Um, so yeah, yesterday we made progress, and what I was trying to do yesterday, if I recall very well, was trying to set up all the nodes, not all the nodes per se, but then trying to set up the node's value, because a node will consist of values, right? And also connecting those nodes. So yesterday we actually had like two nodes, which was actually the input and also the output. And the initial idea was to make sure that whenever we insert, whenever we type or whenever we add a value in the target node, that node should be persisted persisted to the database actually. And we managed to do that. So each and every time we enter a value in a node, that value is getting synced with the database. So we managed to do that yesterday. So basically today what I'm going to focus on is including all the inputs that we need in a certain node. So the only input that we had was a long input, which is basically a text area, but you might find that some other nodes has short input. They have like drop downs that actually consist of options. They have Boolean values such as your if else statement, because we're still going to include like a logic in our node. If maybe um, we want to execute a certain node based on a certain condition, then we need like logic, which is your if else statement. If it's your what else? It's your while statements as well. So I think yeah, today we're going to focus on that. Uh, underscore. Yeah, I am good, and I hope you're good. I hope you're good on your side. So yeah, I think let's get straight to the stream, or let's work on the task that we actually have to work on today. I hope today, like, I'm going to be more productive. Um, I will try by all means not to talk a lot, but rather execute whatever that I want to execute. Because sometimes when you talk a lot, you don't get to do what you're supposed to do, you know. So I think it's less talking and more coding, right? So I just have to try and balance that. I have to try and balance that. I hope I'm going to try and balance that, because sometimes, um, when you start talking, you just can't stop. You know, that's human nature. Um, you can't control the vibe at that moment, or you can't control the vibe that you're feeling at that moment. Is this an MCP tool? No, it's not actually an MCP tool. So we're still going to integrate like MCP, or we're still going to create like MCP within the platform. But currently, right now, it's just a platform where you can create like powerful AI agents. I know that AI agents, um, or rather, let's say MCP, it's part of creating AI agents, but at this current moment, I don't think I have to focus on MCP. That's an additional feature that I can do later. Right now, I just want to focus on connecting nodes. But I mean, in a nutshell, yes, you can say it's an NPC, MCP, yeah, MCP tool. But it's not really, you know. But just to answer your question, it's just a combination of MCP tools, um, AI agents, and also like whatever tools that you can use. Let's say, for instance, like GitHub, if you want your AI agent or if you want your application to consist of GitHub Flow, then you can integrate that when you are creating your workflow actually. So, yeah, we're still going to integrate like MCP. But nonetheless, let's get straight into it. So right now, what I'm thinking of doing, which is going to be like some sort of like a warm up, what I'm thinking of doing is to create like a dummy text on workflows, because I don't have like a text to navigate to my workflows. So in order for me to navigate to my workflows, I have to go to the DB, grab the ID of that workflow, then type that on my URL, which sometimes it like sometimes is tedious, because you might find that maybe the ID that I was testing with doesn't exist anymore on the database. So I think what I can do right now, I just have to create like a dummy UI interface, which is not going to consist of a lot of information, but rather let's have the title of the workflow, and also let's have the ID of the workflow, so that when we click on the ID of that workflow, then we can navigate to the workflow itself. Then we can view the editor, which is where you can edit your workflow. So let's do that. I don't know if I do have let's see. I'm not too sure if I have. Probably I do have it. I don't know if I have an endpoint to get a workflow, but let's just check. Let's just quickly check. So yeah, in terms of tools, I am using TurboRepo with TurboPack, TypeScript, everything. The application itself, which is the app itself, is Next.js. On data storage, I am using Prisma with Drizzle for ORM. So yeah, I think that's the tech stack that I'm using. Authentication, I am rolling out my own authentication using BetterAuth. I think BetterAuth, I don't know if maybe you guys do know about BetterAuth, but BetterAuth is one of the most trending authentication package that we have right now. It's trending. It's very easy for you to integrate that within your app. What happened to Notify? So it seems like each and every time when I stream, I have to answer this question. But I mean, it's a fair question, right? Because people have been following the whole journey of Notify. Well, Notify is still on hold right now. And the main reason why it's still on hold is because I think I fell out of love with the whole idea, of Notify. Hopefully I might tap in that space where I will fall in love again with the idea of building Notify, but I just fell out of love with it. And besides that, there was a skill problem as well. in terms of Notify. Not a skill problem per se, but in terms of marketing the product itself. I think I was very close to completing the product. The only thing that I had to do was to market the product itself, take it out there to people. And when you are working with B2B, it's different from working with B2C. B2B, it's very hard to convince companies to use your application, unlike convincing customers or maybe just your users or basic users, just like people, to use your platform. So yeah, convincing businesses or organization to use your platform, especially if you are the only person working on that platform, it's a bit tricky. So I think, yeah, that's what happened with Notify. Okay, fine. Let's go to workflow. I think I do have, let's see, sync workflow. I have a get workflow or create workflow, get workflow, but then we don't have a get workflows. So what we have to do right now is to create an endpoint to get all the workflows. That's basically what we have to do right now. Let's go to the server side, then workflows route. Actually, I'm lying. Yes, we do have a get workflow. This is a get workflow. So this will return all the workflows based on the person who's authenticated to that workflow. So what we do first is we check the session on the server side. After checking the session, we check if you're authenticated or not. If you're not authenticated, then obviously we'll return a message to say that you're not authenticated. But it will be very nice to create a middleware that each and every time, if you're not authenticated, you don't have to access the get workflow route on the front end. So I'll do that later, like creating a middleware on the front end. I'll do that later. Then we get workflows by user ID, and that user ID is coming from the session. Then we return that to the front end, and the front end will consume this. So I guess let's go ahead and RPC get workflow to workflow. Okay. So workflows. Yeah, man, it's pretty hard. Like when your platform, it's what do you call this? No, I haven't set up the site, but already I bought a domain just to secure the name itself, like Zepflow. I bought the domain, so I still have to set up the site itself. So what I'm thinking is, first I have to create GitHub Actions so that when I push each and everything to the main branch, then those changes should be pushed to the production environment. But then I still have to set up the staging environment, because I need like two environments. Like the first environment will be staging, or I can call it test. Then whenever I push changes to the test or the staging branch, then I will deploy that to the staging environment. So what I'm thinking is I'm going to use Railway, right? Unlike Nodify. So with Nodify, I was self-hosting each and everything. So Nodify, I was self-hosting everything like using Qualify. I don't know if maybe you're familiar with Qualify, but then I was self-hosting everything like from the database, from the database, like each and everything that I was using like on Nodify was self-hosted. But then right now I am using Supabase, which is like on the cloud Supabase. I'm not going to self-host that unless if maybe something changed like in the near future. But yeah, just to answer your question, I'm going to do it like at a later stage. Right now, I'm just diving locally, testing each and everything local, make sure that everything is working. Then after that, I can set up or I can create the landing page just to advertise that, just to advertise the whole product. Um, but all in all, I don't think that will take me like a month or two. But as long as what I'm thinking is, as long as I have like something tangible, like on the platform itself, then I can create like a waiting list. Yeah, I think cloud is better. Cloud, no, I cannot say better. It's not really better, but it's safe. For someone who doesn't have a lot of experience in DevOps and everything. Cloud is safe because with self-hosting now you have to maintain your on-prem um, environment and everything, which I don't want to focus on that. But I think at a later stage I might do that because I want to also self-host what do you call this, large language models, LLMs. I want to self-host those. So at a later stage I might go to self-hosting. Await. So route. I think this is what we are looking for. Then we can consume this on the front end. Okay, let's see. There's a question. If I want to make a rec application or learn how to Hugging Face properly, I keep getting overwhelmed with all the tutorials. Will you give me some suggestions? Well, I think you can start with LLM Studio. I don't know if maybe you do know like LLM Studio. So let's see. LLM Studio. Yeah, you can start with LLM Studio. If you want to learn rec, right, you can start with LLM Studio. So with LLM Studio, right, you can download large language models and you can run them locally. So whenever you want to run like a certain large language model, then you will get like an endpoint from your LLM Studio. Then that endpoint you can call it like on your application itself. So you won't get to waste tokens or credits in something like OpenAI, so you can start with that, right? Then rec, you need to learn how to use vector databases. I don't know if maybe you know about vector databases, but then if you're working with rec itself, right, that requires you to know more about vector databases, how to use tools with LLMs as well, because with reg, you want to convert whatever information to a vector or vector embeddings, right? So you can also look at LangChain. You can also look at OpenAI, how to convert information from a text or from a PDF to vectors. Then after that, you can learn how to call your vectors based on the prompt that you have based on the prompt within that LLM that you're using. So maybe just look at just have a look or just check out LLM Studio, or maybe you can also look at Docker and running Ollama using Docker like locally. You can use that as well. So if you go to let's look at model model catalog. So you see LLM Studio has like a lot of model or rather has a lot of models or large language models. So you just have to download them locally. Some of them are, in terms of like space, are very large. So just make sure that you have space in your machine. You have enough space, and you also have like enough RAM to run these LLMs locally. So I'll suggest that maybe you use like more than 16, like in terms of RAM, 16 or 8. Yeah, I think 8 can work as well, but 16 is way better because imagine now you are running LLM Studio, you're also running like your text editor, you have your browser, maybe you have other applications that are running. So just make sure that you have enough RAM in your machine, then you're good to go. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, so now we have our RPC function over here. So what I have to do next is maybe just create a query key, right? And we can call it get user workflows. Yeah, we can call it this. And let's go to dashboard, workflows, then we have page flows. Const query key. Good. So we actually have to import query keys first. Keys dot get user workflows. After that, query function async. That data is pending. If there is an error, how can we do this? So what we can actually do is if there is an error, just return. Cool. This. So this part is actually this part where there's a button, right? So what we want to do is, if it's loading, we don't want to display the button as well, but then we want to display the header. The header needs to be there, but we just want to display a loading state. So what we can do is get the header, we can leave it there. Say is pending, or rather is not pending. This is info, then export icons, then spinner, close, spin, then this can be a div, then we can create a space here, space 1, 2, data, okay, let's say data dot length. If there's nothing, then we'll display like an empty placeholder. Then if there's something, then we display the list of the workflows that we have. That sounds good. So if data is equals to 0, empty, we actually don't have that empty placeholder, but then I will create that. I think right now we just want to display those. Found. Okay. I think we can do some autocomplete here. Okay, cool. Where are we going wrong? Okay, this needs to be a closed div. It's like we still have an error somewhere. Okay, that error is gone. Okay, so we have one workflow. Okay, fine. That's great for now, because what we wanted to do was to, let's see, okay, now we have a loader. That's great. So what we wanted to do was just to create like a dummy UI so that we can be able to click on that workflow, and when we're able to click on that workflow, then we will navigate to the workflow editor. Then we can, we can start like creating our workflow and everything. But before I do that, let me just quickly go to the loop. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. So we have this workflow. So what we actually have to do now is to let's think about it. Okay, we have to create a route to say, okay, route to the workflow. We're just going to route to the workflow editor actually. Let's do that. So, I mean, I'm still going to redesign the whole thing. Right now, I'm just creating like dummy stuff. So I guess the best thing to do is turn this into a link. Then ref ref will be workflow and workflow dot id. I think this is fine. So if you click this, Now we route to that workflow. Okay, cool. Now it seems like it's working. We can route to the workflow. Now we can start working on the workflow and everything. So what I was currently doing on the workflow, right? So we do have like text. We do have like a text area on these workflows, but we still have to include other fields. You know, fields can consist of like drop downs, an input, a boolean, or maybe not a boolean per se, but then a radio buttons. They can consist of what's this other thing? A slide, which a slide is going to be useful when we want to set a temperature of an LLM, right? So yeah. So I guess right now we are going to start with a drop down, right? So what we actually want to do is to design our LLM node. So this node will consist of a large language model, will consist of a prompt, will consist of instruction. If you want, will also consist of tools. If you want to add tools, will also consist of what? Temperature. You know, all those shandies that you have to include in your LLM in order for you to get like accurate results. So we need to add those fields. So I think let's start with, or maybe let me just commit this before I even go in. So feature, let's say dummy workflow list. Yeah, this is just a dummy workflow list. Still going to have like a really good design of displaying our workflows. Okay, cool. Now we can go to, or maybe let me just show you what I'm trying to do, right? Let's go to nodes, LLMs, OpenAI. So I have this OpenAI LLM node, and this node currently, I still have to include like other fields, right? So this node currently has a sub node of large language model, and this sub model or sub node consists of options, which is a drop down. So you have to choose, like in your OpenAI LLM node, you have to choose which model do you want to use. So we still have to find a way to sort of like display all the models that are available in OpenAI. But for now, let's just hard code them so that we can test if things are working. So currently right now, I want to display a drop down that consists of the options that I have within that model, or within that node or sub node, if I can put it that way. Let's check something. Okay, right now let's go to components, sub nodes, component, drop down. Okay, so I was still busy working on this drop down, right? And what we are going to use is shared. We are going to use this shared CNUI drop down. Let's see. It's actually not called drop down, but rather select. Yeah, so we're going to use something like this so that you can select whatever model that you're using within that LLM. So we're going to use this. Now, actually don't want like a group. Don't want a group select. Yeah, we just need something like this. So I think we can paste it here. Then we can import. Yep. Yep. Import. This will fix later. I think we still have a couple of problems there and there, but we can fix them later. Okay, now we have a drop down, but then this drop down doesn't fit the actual screen, so we need to sort of like make it to fit not the screen per se, but then the parent component. Okay, cool. I think this must be full. Now we have to include our options. Okay, so we have the value, get option value. So we need to sort of like include our options. So how are we going to do this? So we need the value. And we also need like an on change. Can we do this? We have get value. Get options. This will take an option of string. This will be a string. Then equals to this will be label. Then after that comes default value, default option value, option value. Default value. I think it kind of makes more sense. Get the default. Actually, we do have a default value on the params. So if we say default value default value. So yes. Options. Equals to function options. It's more than one. Hold on. Interesting is not assignable to parameter of type string. I'll be back again. All right, sorry about that. Just wanted something to evaluated options. So this returns a string or an object of label ID, which kind of makes sense. It does make sense. Is this looking for an arrow? It's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be. Surprised that it's not working. It's for vibe code. Let's see, it's not assignable to type undefined. So this can be undefined actually. Does it make sense? It doesn't make sense. Add options. Let's actually get option. So we're getting like a single option. If it's type is equals to string. This returns that's what I'm doing. It's okay. The error occurs because define. This is not safe, but I'll try to make it safe. Yes, I'll try to make it safe, but it's not actually safe. It's not safe. What playlist am I playing? Let me send. You just try to copy it. It's possible, but then it's on Spotify. Send it to you. There you go. Yeah, that's the playlist that I'm playing right now. It's the playlist that I'm playing right now. Valuations. Studios memo. So I actually want to check if this value is an option. This value in option, or I want to check if that value is in that option, basically. I hate working with dynamic inputs because like these inputs are going to be dynamic, and with this input, right, we know for sure what type we want to send, but you know the options themselves, they are going to be more dynamic, so we need to create like a lot of checks and everything because I'm avoiding to create like a node for let's say maybe a node for OpenAI, a node for let's say maybe Together AI, a node for Cloud or Cloud, whatever you call it. What I want to do is I want to create like a component that can be used with, or that can accommodate each and every configurations that we have. So basically what we do is, in order for us to display like a certain node, right, we have to create like configurations. Right now the configuration that I have is an input. You will see that with this input, the configuration is very simple. This input, the type is an input, the name is input, we have a description, we have categories. Categories can either be input, output, LLMs, logic, what else, yeah. And that node can have like an icon, but then this is where the tricky part is. Like when you have nodes where you actually want to accommodate all the sub nodes, you know, you want to sort of like accommodate all the sub nodes with whatever components that you have. You don't want to create like separate components that accommodate like a single node, because you might end up creating like 1,000 components for nodes. So that's what I'm trying to do. It's a bit tricky. And the thing is, right now I am a bit struggling with this output, not output per se, but I'm struggling with this drop down node, not drop down, not node, but sub node, I mean. I'm a bit struggling with that, but I will get it right for sure. That's one thing that I know. I will get it right. I'll just make sure that it doesn't take like the whole stream for me to get it right. I need to get it right like very quickly. To get it right as in very. So we have the value evaluated options. Okay, we do that. Is it options or is it a function? That's correct. Get option value. If it's string, then return the option, or else return the ID of that option. That's great. Because remember, option takes a string or an object with a label and an ID. So we need to sort of like check that. Then we have default option. Default option value. If we do have like a default value that we pass in the parameter, you see this is optional. If we do have that, then return that default. But then if we don't have that, let's check the evaluated option. Let's check the evaluated option and see if maybe it's more than 0. If it's more than 0, then let's get the option value from, let's get the first. Okay, let me put it like this. So this evaluated option, right? This evaluated option, what I'm trying to do is that if we go back to open, it's that open AI configuration. So if there's no value, this value is not there, because you can see I did hard code the value itself. If there's no value, because there's some options won't have like a value, you know. Yeah, some options won't have like a value. Think of maybe your environment variables, right? Those won't have like options, but then you need to select like the option from your environment variables. If you want to use like an open AI key, if it's that, if it's saved in your environment, uh, if it's okay, let me go to dashboard. Let me show you what I'm talking about, because I'm just talking shit right now. Okay, so we have like environment variables, right? So in your nodes, obviously you will need to use like environment variables such as your OpenAI key or OpenAI project ID. Uh, this, these are some of the environment variables that you want to use. And the other thing that I have to emphasize is that these environment variables are encrypted. So we don't save them as it is on the database. They are encrypted. Um, but then when we render them on the UI, we decrypt them, then we render them on the UI. So you'll see if this is just a dummy key, right? But then if I go to Supabase, let me just show you, like on Supabase, okay, let's go here, then let's go here, let's go to database, and let's go to environment variables. You will see that these are encrypted. This is not my actual variable, but then when I add a variable or when I add something, these are encrypted. You will see that OpenAI, this is an encryption. Okay, let me do. This is an encryption, but right. But then if you go to the UI itself, it's some gibberish text. But then when I add this gibberish text, I encrypt them before saving them. So you don't have to worry about your keys and whatnot. But anyway, what I actually want to do is, okay, let's move this here. What I actually want to do, come on, think about it. Oh, actually, I wanted to check if there's an option. I mean, if there's a value in that option. If there's no value, then you need to sort of like look for the nearest value, you know, or return undefined. That's what I'm trying to do. It's value in options. It's value in options. Effective value to create like a function to get like an effective value. Something along those lines. Have to. And also the other thing that we need on our state is we need to check if the connection is, because we need to get connections as well. We need to sort of like check if store is initialized. So let's just say store initialized. Set store is initialized, then by default this will be false. Then just for now I'll just set it to, I'll just create like a use effect that will set this value to true. But at a later stage, we'll need to have like logic within that use effect. Then yeah. Yeah. Let's create. So basically on first render, what we are going to do is set that to say, okay, fine, the store is initialized, even though it's just, we don't have like logic to check if the store is initialized, but then we can do that later. Right now, we just want to make sure that this drop down is working in the right way. Let's see. Now, to do it. This value, I think before we even check if value is inside the options, we need to check like the effective value, sort of like, you know, yeah, const effective. I don't know if maybe this is more descriptive to say that effective value, but for now, I guess I'll just use it like this. So for this effective value, what do we want to do? So what we want to do first, we want to say, okay, if value, which is coming from the state within this component, it's equals to null or undefined. If it's not null or undefined, I mean, if it's not null what value is not undefined, yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Then return value. From the state itself, then we can check if store initialized. If the store is initialized, if it's initialized, then we'll return default option value. That makes more sense. Or we can return undefined. This makes more sense. Right now that we have this, we can go back to this memo hook, and if it's not effective value, yes, or evaluation option dot length it's equals to 0, then return false. Makes more sense. Then what else do we need? Else return valuation option dot sum option get value effective value. Tell me this doesn't make sense. Now we have to add all those dependencies, effective value, store initialized, yes, then get value, okay. Have all those dependencies, that's great. What's the other? Now we can go to the HTML itself. So HTML value is value option. What? Value options. Hey, Cyber Zone Academy. Welcome, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Effective value or undefined. Can have unchanged value. Then this unchanged will be new value. What set value? Okay, cool. Have this, looks good. This looks good. What do we have to do? So obviously we sort of hold. We need to pass placeholder here, and first of all, let's hold placeholder. Select mod. Effect. Then let's go back to components. Subnet.
Do you think I would have gotten to be your wife someday, Teen Time?
Drop down. Sub. Placeholder. Actually, okay. Keep it like that. Let me keep it like this. Let's hold it. Then let's hold the placeholder. So place, because placeholder is optional, right? So what we have to do is something. Okay, we select option. If there's no placeholder, select option. Is good. It's great. Now this is the part where to create a for each. Oh, we have to map our evaluated options. That's correct. Evaluated options dot map. Okay, let me shut up right now because I'm talking too much. I'm talking too much. I don't know. I think maybe I'm talking too much because things are working. Unlike yesterday, things were not working yesterday. Like yesterday, things were bad. The value option. Ah, come on. I have an option. That. What did I? Okay, evaluated. I don't have to do that because option can either be a string or an object of label, and I don't have to do that. Rather, what I have to do is get option value. Can pass option. Something. Okay, let's start with the key. Just say index. Value. Get option. So we'll take option. Why is it not? Okay, it's working. It's not working. Then we need to get the label of that. Okay, cool. I'm thinking this should be. Ah, there we go. It's working. Okay, let's see if when we change. Okay, so by default, right? By default, this is select. Oh, so it's a function that's not working. Nothing. If change, select something. So okay, it's not working. Actually not syncing because when we select it has to sync. Yeah, so the set value is not working. Oh, now it's working. What was going? So if we refresh, okay, it's still not working. Go to the DB chair. What node are we looking for? We're looking for OpenAI something. Okay, OpenAI LLM. Drop down. Yeah, the value is there, but then the value is not persistent. Like, I just go to the loop. Like, I drank like a lot of coffee like today, so yeah. I think I have an idea why it's not working, because there's a hook. There is a hook that I'm using. So this hook right here, this hook actually gets the value of that node, right? Or that sub node. So it doesn't actually caters for options, it only caters for text. I would like to be. See, here we get the node type. And after we get the node type, we get the initial value. Let me check what's going. You know what I can do, right? Do this. Okay, so right now we don't have like a what do you call this? A delete node. I don't have this functionality, so I want to remove all these other nodes. Just leave this node so that I can work on the drop down itself. So go to Supabase, then you can set this to object. If I go back here, I'd like to believe that so there's some okay, fine. And let's get this. Then select one, then this will sync with the database. Okay, sync, crash. It's no value. There is a value, but then that value is not persisting. That value is not persisting. Like on the UI itself. So the issue is on the hook itself. Issue is basically we actually have to fix that. So the value needs to persist even if it's an option. I think it's only catering for like a single field for some reason, and it needs to persist. Okay, let me just log something. Log info initial value. Save. So initial value, it's there, but it's not displayed. So we do have like an initial value. Go back here. It's AP key. Okay, here we have to handle keys. Oh yeah. What am I missing? to submit this down. Okay, we value, get option value. Okay, fine. I wanted to do something. I wanted to do like a cheat code, but I don't think it, because it seems like this. So if this is not null or undefined, 10 value. And if store is initialized, 10 default option, 10 5. Okay, let me do a cheat code, which it shouldn't be like this. So we'll get some couple of things, because it shouldn't be like that actually. Trying to do like a cheat code, undefined. It's not actually, it will, because I wanted to return value, because I know like value is, because I did check on the log, value is currently not undefined for now. There's a value, but it's returning an undefined value for some reason. Effective value. Chainsaw. Get this. At least the on change is working. Oh, maybe the issue might be the key. Do I think so? Option. Yeah, the issue might be the key. Oh, there we go. So the issue was the option, not the option, but then the key. Yeah, so the issue was the key. The thing is, I think how this select works is that actually each and every select works like that, right? It looks for a key and a value. If the key and the value they are not equal, then if the value and the key itself, they are not equal, then the select item won't display. I think that's how the option works. That's how option works, or that's how the select works, if I can put it that way. That's how the drop down select works. So if there's no, if the key is not equals to the value, then it won't work. But now it's working. So let's see if we change to, let's say, this, and we go back to the database and we check the value. LM model, yeah, this changed. It's great. If fresh, okay, it's still not showing. Still not showing. But for some reason, if I save, it does show. Interesting. Interesting. It did show. Yeah, that's interesting. Didn't change. Okay, it did actually change. Takes time. Okay, it's working. I think it takes time. I don't. Yeah, it's just a small bug. I don't know. Maybe it changes after a certain period of time. I don't know, but it's not a good bug. As long as it does persist with the database, that's good. But I can't say that's good. It's not really good. All right, cool. Now what do we need? So what we need another sub. The API key. Yeah, we need the API. No, but before we even go to the API key itself, the prompt, system prompt. Okay, let's start with system prompt. System title system type of put, because we need a text area. Sure, if I save this, then a text area system prompt. Okay. Spacing is not right. Spaces between this node. For these sub nodes, we need spacing. Space sub node. The text. The input. This is where it's input. To go to base node. Space. That's great. Also don't like the space between space between the label or the label, the input. So we need to add space there to believe that the space is inside. Here. It's better. So the system prompt, right? Obviously, if you have like a large system prompt, you won't be able to add that here, like each and everything here. You won't be able to add it here, right? So we need to have like something that will maximize the system prompt field. When we maximize that, then you will have some sort of a model that will pop up with a large or with a huge text area. So I guess with text areas, so with text areas, think about it. To do go to component, then we go to subnode, text. Okay, this we have to wrap it up. To go here. First of all, we need what do you call that icon? Is it maximize? To believe it's max. Can be. There's a certain icon. Yeah, something like this. Second bracket. Yeah, something like this. Let's copy and paste. Okay. What's the name? But I don't think it's this one. The ease. So max. Let's use that. Smart. So what I actually want to do is, like, for each text area, right? We want to have like an icon on the far left or far top left, so that you can click it, then we pop up a model. When we pop up a model, then you can have like a whole view screen where you can enter like large text, because this is going to be difficult for you to enter like large text unless if you want to maximize, which I don't think it's really good in terms of like user experience. You can rather have like a maximize icon, then you can click it, have like a large text area where you can enter like large text, where you can be able to see as a user. So I think let's do that. So in order for us to do that, let's say maximize. This is going to take a props seed props. We can paste this. Color will current color. Can pass whatsoever properties that we want to pass. Maximize. But what's the actual name? I'd rather use the actual name so that I can remember. It's my screen. Okay, cool. Then we can go to subnode. Okay, that's great. Not subnode per se, but we need to go to text area. Text area. Sub text. I might be wrong. No, really, let me do that. This is fine. It needs to be absolute, because if you want to wrap a text, or if you want to wrap like an icon, or if you want to have like an icon within a field, I think it needs to be absolute, not relative, absolute. So I think let me wrap this in a div. I'm not really the best when it comes to UI itself, but I just have like basic knowledge. Absolute. Dot. See, I want to import icon. Screen. Okay, we did some shitty things here. It's not working. Think about. What? This is the part where you have to ask Copilot. The maximize icon mask must be positioned okay, let's just say 9 icon top right inside the text. Relative I was actually in the right direction, just that yeah, I was almost there. I was almost there. Yeah, there we go. I mean, I was almost there. I mean, what I did was not really that bad. I was almost there. Okay, cool. So what we want to do is that when we click that, we want to open a model. Then we display like, yeah, a large text on that model. But now, the thing is, and this is one thing I hate, right? I hate repeating. What was I trying to do? I was trying to write some garbage code. I have to remove this shit. Cool. The thing is, I hate repeating the same thing. I hate repeating the same thing, right? It was going to be cool to use the same long text but wrap it inside a dialogue, but have a flag whereby we can say don't show the maximize button, so that we can really use the same functions that are inside this long text input. Wait, I'll be back, right? Let's go to the loop. But what I was trying to say is that it was really going to be cool if we can actually use, but yeah, it was really going to be cool if we can actually use the same input, long input, but then in this same long input we can have like a flag to say, okay, don't show this icon. Yeah, it was really going to be cool, but how can I do that? How can I do? Because now I don't think I have to rewrite the whole thing. Now I have to rewrite the whole, but then I mean it's not really train smash like to rewrite the whole, but then it was really going to be cool like just to reuse this. Let's create a file, let's call it long input dialogue, because it's actually going to be a dialogue. Export dialogue. Interface. Input dialog. Oops. It's open. It's open. Set. So this. Put dial. It's open. 10. Dial. This is going to come from from the UI package. Then so this is a boolean. A set open change, I think. Okay, if I can set open change. Let's see, this consists of what? Let's go here. See dialogue. Yeah, the thing is I don't want to use a dialogue trigger. I don't want to use a dialogue trigger because now if I use a dialogue trigger, that will force me to move that icon to the dialogue itself. Then we import that icon inside that relative class, which I don't want to do that. But there is a way. What's the function again? I think it's set. This thing is not helping me with autocomplete a list. So WebStorm doesn't do autocomplete on HTML. Like, come on, man. Can't be that selfish. On change, on open change, come on. Oh, this thing. Then we'll have dialogue, dialogue content. Yeah, dialogue content. Let's import that. Then we'll have dialogue header. Dialogue header. Inside dialogue header, Dialogue title. Dialogue. Title. So dialogue title will take the value of that input title. But then how do we want to pass it actually? Let's think about this. Let's not write gibberish code. Okay, so we're going to pass, actually we're going to pass this whole, we'll need this whole. So let's pass it here. Okay. So now placeholder, node ID, subnode ID is connecting, config. So inside config, we do have a title of that subnode. Correct. Description. Now we don't have a description of a node, but then we should have a description of a node. Definitely need description of a node. I mean of a subnode. We have a description like on a node level, but then we don't have a description on a subnode level. I think it will be very useful for us to have like a description because think about it, right? I think on system prompt as well, you need to some sort of like add a description to say that okay, system prompt is something like this and this and this. No, so I think we need that. Yeah, we need that. I like to believe. So let's go to nodes, then let's go to types, then params. Params, we do have descriptions that I am not using description. So let's go to I don't need a description here. I need a description here. No, we don't have a description. So subnode takes a type of, let me check. Okay, this is the node type. Subnode here, subnode doesn't have a description. So let's have a description. And I don't want anything to break, right? So get nullable so that things don't break. Things might break here. Might. Okay, cool. Description. System prompt. Yeah, I need to find. Okay. List Copilot. I mean, yeah. GitHub Copilot is helping me. The system prompt is a special instruction that sets behavior. It sets behavior, character, and what? System prompt sets a behavior, character. Yeah, I think there's a lot of things that it sets. But let's just like this for now. Let's just leave it like this. Sorry. Then we can go back to, let's close this. Where were we? Okay, I can close that. We're actually not on the drop down. We are done with the drop down. Let's navigate to the that I'm looking for. This one. Dialogue description. And the thing is, some other nodes or sub nodes won't consist of a description. So I wonder if maybe I want to do this. If config dot description, then we can display a description. Yeah. Config dot description. Cool. That makes sense. So we can go here. We can now import long. We can import it here. And there's a couple of things that we have to do, or that we have to import. There's a couple of parameters that we need. It's open. We need a state for that. Let's create long is long. Okay, is long. Put dialog. That's better. State, let's import that. Then it's long. Put dialog open. Wait. Set long node ID. We do have like a node ID, sub node ID. We do have that. Is connected. We do have that. Config. We also have that. I think that's all that. Right. Now, okay, pointer cursor. That's great. On click. True. Okay, but then we have to make it large. Now it's working, the model is displaying, but then we have to make it large. It needs to be large. I think there is a way to set a size. I would like to believe there is a way to set a size. Let's see, size, large. Okay. I think it's here. Size. How do we set size here? Or maybe do we set it on the... I think we set it on the... To create a div. Let's see. Sage. Oh, this is not what. Oh, let's go to API reference. It's probably a size somewhere. It's child. It's that title. It's not size. I think the size actually depends on the body that we have. That's what I would like to believe. That's what I actually want to believe right now. The size might actually depend on the div that we. Because the thing here, we need a long as text area. Yeah, need like a long as text area. Content. Oh, that's what we. It's actually what. So the content. I don't know. In terms of responsiveness, I think I'll see that later. It's if the screen is small and everything, see that later. I'll just keep it like standard while using a huge screen or a normal screen. See if this will work. So it's not actually. So if we say dot, that won't actually work. Because I think the width will take the width of the screen. Yeah, something along those lines. Dot. So come on. Shared. CNI dial. End up doing this. Good. Dialog content has its width calculated based on. I assume you are having issues with changing the stuff. So you probably just need to change maximum width property instead of width. Alright. Kind of makes sense, but I don't know if this is the correct answer. This issue has been automatically. It receives no activity. Fuck off. Okay, maximum. Think max width works. Max width 2x. I think this works. I like to believe. As if I have to refresh. What the heck? What the heck? Ah, fuck off. Give me something. Please give me something. Can't be trapped by HTML. Actually, if I say minimum, imagine now I'm being trapped by HTML. What the heck? stuff. I think I'll just say mid. It's not big enough. Okay, this is big enough. Okay, now so we actually need a text area on that. And I'm afraid I have to repeat the same thing that I did on the actual text area. I actually have to do the same thing that I did. So what I can do, and the thing is I have to also copy the functions that I have here. Besides this open thingy, and besides this. And that's exactly what I was saying. I wish maybe this was reusable to a point where I can use it like on a model. And when I use it on a model, I can also like some sort of like, you know, give it some flag to say, don't show this, show that. Yeah, I hope I'm making sense. But I guess at this point, just have to copy and paste. So I'm just going to copy this. I think one thing that is useful is the on change. The on drop, it's not useful at the current moment, but then it's going to be useful later, because when we drop what do you call this? When we drop a node, there's some couple of logic that to check then there. But let's just copy this. Then I will go to long text dialog, paste it here. Don't need this. Okay, we need this, that logger. We don't have a logger, so let me create a logger here. A logger. It's supposed to create a logger. This will come utilities. It's just this text add. I like how WebStorm like automatically imports whatever dependencies that you have. I like it. So in terms of rows, I think let's give it like a bit of, so let's give it like 10. It's kind of makes sense. 10 is, no, it's not rows, it's columns, right? Is it columns? Oh, it's rows. Is it rows? Row. Is it row? Is it column? Is it Let's give it high. Text area should be. Can you give me like 2 minutes? I just want to grab something to eat. Okay, back. So I think what I was trying to do was to I don't know, for some reason this thing doesn't want me to increase the I mean, yeah, the rows. Let me try with a big number. Let's see if it's going to work. But it should work. It has to work. It's not working. Height. I give it like a minimum height or something. Other means to it. I mean, it was going to be great for us to just give it like a row. But yeah, it's looking good. Now, I guess now it's just a matter of we just have to check if the values. Yeah, we just have to check if the values of these fields are persistent. Let's see. Node, LLMs. Okay, so we have input, system prompt. Now I think this should be instructions, not system prompt. The system prompt should come from the input. Yeah. Let me just verify that. Because we need system prompt, we need instructions. So this, yeah, this needs to be instructions actually. This needs to be instructions. So let's say instructions. The title must be instructions. Then we'll have system prompt. Okay, so input. Have a model. Type should be string. The value must be string. Is required or true. Let's remove. Type. String. Instruction is optional. Instruction is optional. Yeah. large. Instruction is optional. Why are you not vibe coding? Logic to use an agent. I don't know. Okay, I mean vibe coding. Okay, I don't like vibe coding, if I can put it that way. I don't like vibe coding. I'll rather search. If maybe something is becoming a bit difficult for me, I'll rather search. Or maybe I'll rather use like LLMs, as in your GitHub Copilot, if something is a bit difficult for me. But what I like to do is just try to figure things out first. Then if I feel like, okay, fine, something is getting a bit difficult, that's when now I can ask, Copilot. I can ask ChatGPT, things like that. But vibe coding, I'm not really a fan of that. I'm not really a fan of that. Because at the end of the day, you want to learn, right? At the end of the day, that's what you want to do. You want to learn. Okay, let me do this. See if maybe the values will be persisting. Let's go to select a mod. Okay, it's still not persisting. Select. Let's write something here, some gibberish whatsoever. Fresh. Okay, this is persisting. Yeah, this is working. This is not working. Yeah, this is working. But this is not working. I need to figure out why this is not working. But the value is there. At the value is there. Just have to figure out as to why that thing is not working. Yeah, it's actually not really reading the value. But I'm trying to figure out why it's not reading the value. That's the thing. It's actually not reading the value, but why is it not reading the value? That's the biggest question. Subnet. go to hooks. The value actually comes from this hook. Value must be somewhere. Because we actually saying that, okay, get the initial value from the state itself. And what we're actually doing is that find the node using the node ID that we provided on the param, then find the subnode. Then find the subnode using the subnode ID, then return the value, or if there's no value, return the null. Return null. I do have a logger. Here's the logger. The logger is there, and the thing is, the logger is returning a value, but then that value is not showing. Let's see, initial value. You see, so the logger is showing that yes, I do have a value, which is GBT4. The initial value is there, which is GBT4. Interesting. Okay, let me just add. Let's see. It's mod. There's probably something that's not right, because the value is there. If the component read the values assigned, what do you mean? Can you please maybe? The UI component reading database. So the UI component is reading the value from the database on the state itself. So I do have like a state here. So what let's track back. So what we are doing is that, so when you land on the page itself, right, we initialize the state and we set all the values before initializing the page itself, like on the state itself. So we have some sort of like a state management. So we have like the workflow registry, which actually handles the workflow, it actually handles initializing the workflow, like on load, like when you load the page or when the page gets rendered, right? Then we have workflow, which consists of the workflow Then we have sub nodes, which consist of, okay, the workflow consists of the nodes themselves and edges, or maybe let me just show you this has like nodes, edges, and everything like. Then we have sub nodes, right? And this is where we initialize all the sub nodes, right? So we call this on the registry when we load the page itself. So everything is getting initialized, but then the problem is that the drop down is not displaying the value. The value is there on the state, but then the drop down is not displaying the value, which the issue might be on the hook to get the value or the HTML itself. So that's where I have to start tracking. I don't think I have to track in terms of like the back end, but rather I have to track so here's the drop down. So I can tell you like the drop down is not actually the issue. I mean this drop down is using the same hook as any other input. The issue might be on the hook, this hook. The issue might be here. The initial value is there. Just go back. Yeah. But you know what I can do, right? Let's say initial value. It's not refreshing. It is refreshing. It is refreshing. Let's say initial value. Let's also give it some sort of, okay, let's say node type. Okay, so we have a logger here. So this is going to log the initial value of that. Let me do initial value of that node type. Say node type, or rather node. Let's say subnode. This is more descriptive. Subnode ID. Okay, so we have the, okay, let's go up. Initial value of model, which is the drop down, is GPT-4. Then we have an initial value of instruction, which is this gibberish text. It's displaying, but then the drop down it's not. So it's not a matter of refreshing. Something that I have to do. Maybe, okay, let me just check this. Let me just quickly check. Oh, I see. have in model. Ah, gosh. Okay, I have to think about this. Orally. Subject. I shouldn't be doing this. Because the thing is, displaying a value using a ref. Right? Using a ref. Should I use a ref? To use a ref. Okay. Const. Sub. This one. This one. I don't think a drop down does have like a red. Let's see. Select. Okay, it does have select. Initial value. Yeah. Thing is, the select doesn't have a ref. Select doesn't have a ref. Let's see if this will work. Down. It doesn't have a ref. That's the thing. This one. This one. Maybe let's do it. This one. Okay, so this is a div. HTML div element. That's right. Okay. It's not working. Guess I have to create some additional conditions. I need to create some additions. So if I go to book, so how do we actually check if a value is a model value? That's the first thing. That's the first place that we have to start. We need to check if it is a model value, which we are. Okay. LLM model is equals to use sub state. No. Sub not state. Check. Hey, let me do this. It's not. Hi. Now I feel like I am. Type. This model type. This model. But I'm sure we do have like a middle value. Hmm. Okay, this is somewhat. Really, let's model it's returning some. Okay, cool. If it's model value, sub 10 value. Hey, Lily. This might be the only trick. Which I don't think this will solve our issue, but let's try and see. I see it's returning something. So we need to check if, yeah, that's the thing that we need to check. We need to check if the node type is model. If the node type is model, then we return the value of that model. Now it kind of makes sense. I see. It's model, node, model type. So I think we can do it where I'm getting trapped by code. Code is showing me flames right now. It's showing me flames. Okay, let's see. If node type, if API. Okay, this is just handling the change. Actually, focus on that. We need to focus on the render itself. Okay, let me do this. In order for me to track this properly, let me go to node and let's remove instruction. Yeah, let's remove instruction, or let's comment out instruction for now. Then let's go back where, okay, now we have this. I think if we can focus on the focus on the drop down. But this, you know, they are coming from, okay. So, store this, store this, with this, with this. Try to refresh. I think this is where things are I'm lying. Because for this node we have like 2 sub nodes. Let me take a quick break, then I'll be back. I just want to refresh my mind better. So yeah, let's take a try again. Let's see. Looking for, I am looking for the hook. So we need to tie. If it's not, but for some reason I I need to some sort of like check if the type is the node type is a model. No, not the node type, but rather the okay, so here getting the type. Stay away to get a category. Sure. I think if we can get the category, so basically what we want to do is if we check the category and say that okay, if it's LLMs, then she'll be able to set a value. She'll be able to set a value. That's the case. So if we get, let's think about, okay, with the node type. There should be like a way to get a category. Get value. Sub. Sub. Get category. This will be a string. I don't know why I'm returning any here, but this should be a string. Should it be a string? Yes, it should be a string. Well, it has to be. Okay, let me just put it like as any for now, because I might break things. I think I'm audible. Okay, no, audible. I thought maybe I'm not audible, but okay, we have category. So on the state itself, what we want to do is after this, what we can do is get category, and this will take this. This will take node ID. Okay, cool. So okay, we don't need subnode. We need node only. Const config that's equals to use get node. And basically we can actually do this on the component. If I think about it, we can actually do this on the component or rather on the hook. So what we can do is, okay, node config, it's equals to get node, then we pass the type, which is node type, but then this we have to pass it after we check if the node, or maybe we can just do it because we know like for sure the node type is there. Then if node config dot type, it's equals to model, no, it's equals to LLMs. I think it's something like this, LLMs, and node type, it's equals to model, and if it's something like this, then we should be able to detect that this is a model node or subnode. And yeah, this is a model node. amps and const model value is equals to if model sub this is what I was looking for. This API key. Ten. think today I saw flames. Today I saw flames. Today I saw flames. But I know exactly what I'm trying to do. But it seems like I can't some sort of like implement that. Okay, this is strict. Should save. Today I saw flames. So it's not model fail. Model fail. It's maybe tense a string on. Some shit. I think I might end up vibe coding here. And type it should return. Fuck, I don't know what I'm doing right now. Oh, I think I'm lost. I actually don't know what I'm doing. So I have to... Okay, so what we want to check if it's a model value. If it's a model value, then we want to set it to a string. That's what we want to do. If it's a model value. So what we have to do is model I think I'm lost right. So let me just check on ChatGPT. ChatGPT. Or rather, let me do this. Down. Is not display. I get something. Looking at your issues down. This thing is not giving me. Looking for. Yeah, I think I'm out of ideas right now. I am simply out of. Sorry. So I got distracted by a phone call, but now I'm back. So let's continue. Let's see. I think what I can actually do is to remove if maybe I can remove this. I'm sure maybe something may come up. Something. It's nothing. Okay, there's still nothing. So the thing is, I want to match. I want to match the key and also match. Also match the ID as well. But it seems like for me to achieve that, I have to do it like on this hook. For the longest time, I've been trying to match that here. But for some reason, it's not getting matched, which is a huge problem. Yeah, which is a huge problem, because what I'm trying to do is that, okay, fine, I'll get the note type from the store itself. This we can ignore. Then I get the initial value, and the thing is, I am using ref in order for me to match. Oh, here goes another call. Back again.
らが守ってあげる。
Okay, now we're back. I don't think I remember what I was trying to do. Check. Previous model. Yeah, I think. Yeah, that's what I think. I think maybe the issue might be here. Yeah, the issue might be here. Just try to adjust this mic. Yeah, the issue might be somewhere here. Come on, let's think about it. It's a very tricky one because what we want to do is that yeah, it's a very tricky one. So in an initial value, right, comes as a string or a number or an array of strings. But the issue is that a model itself comes back as an array of strings, and we are not handling that. So we need to some sort of like handle that and not handle that. To handle. If we check this, will value. This doesn't have to be type of any. I think that's where we have to start. Model value doesn't have to be a type of it. It has to be a type, actually. It's either it's undefined or it's a string, but then it's coming back as a type of any, which yeah, That's not the right way to go. I wonder how can I, maybe let me just try to resolve this first. Then I can go to the next step. Okay, model subnode ID. Then we pass a model. Is it the right way to go? I don't know. Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe what I can do is or maybe let me just figure this out alone. Let's continue working on other stuff. Yeah, I think so. And let me just continue working on other stuff. So let's work on myself, think as to what do I have to work on. I know, like, this stream was all over the place, but then yeah. So I just have to think as to what do I have to work first. So maybe at this point we can work on this. We can modify these buttons. Yeah, I think right now we can modify these buttons. We can work on modifying these buttons, which, yeah, it kind of makes sense right now because we are blocked, or we have a blocker as to this drop down is not working or is not persisting like data. So while I'm still thinking about trying to persist data with this drop down, then we can just work on these buttons, you know. Let's try to work on those. Let's try to, yeah. Okay, so let's try to modify so let's go here. So we need control buttons. Okay, let's go to the documentation. Let's see. What's that?
エマ、みんなのこと頼んだよ。
Let's go to panel. Okay, so I think the first thing that we have to do, we have to create like a panel. Then after creating a panel,
今までありが
you
とう
can give it like a position. After creating a position, then we can have controls. The position. Kinda make sense for us to do that. Yeah.
ねえママ
So
どうして俺を
yeah. Yeah, I think bottom left works. Then we can do this. I like to believe. Bottom left, we still have that. So let's create a component, right? So we don't want to use like the default, this default component. So maybe let's just create like components whereby we can create our own yeah, we can create our own buttons instead of using like default components, because they look ugly, they don't look good. So let's do that. Let's do that. Editor. Alright, we components here. Let's create a directory. You can call it like controls. Editor controls. Now it's displaying. Just have to work on the controls. Fine. So on this component, I have to create controls, right? To create controls. But now it's going to be a bit tricky because yeah, I have to create like custom controls. That's the thing that I have to create. Custom controls. Custom control. This is where I have to go and check. Okay, control button. So I have to wrap all my custom controls in a control. Yeah, I have to create like a control element, if I have to put it that way. Then I can create custom control buttons, and those control buttons actually take a function of whatever that I want to do. And the first thing that I might have to do is think about it. Maybe, okay, let's check Zoom. Zoom transactions. Yeah, so I need these functionalities. So like obviously it's going to be easy for us to create like a zoo, because just need this, and we need what? Then we need this handle. Yeah, so it's going to be easy. Okay, let's see now. I copy this. I just have to copy this to hooks. Then you can stand here. Not to believe. Was something that I did which is similar to what I'm trying to do. Maybe I think I have to copy the whole component. Because I've done this before. I've done this before. Okay, let's copy this. And this is going to be control button. Control button. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense. If we can just copy this. So this is fine, then we can import this here. Well, I think 5 hours is enough. We call it a day. Yeah, 5 hours is enough. We call it a day. Been streaming for like 5 hours. So let me call it a day. Before I write like gibberish or before I write cheat code.